Hello everyone and welcome to Sketching Saturday, where I'll be continuing my review of my title cards after letting people know that I am streaming. Alright, everyone. So let's continue our review after I check with Suva. Testing. Okay. So, when we were last reviewing, we run the title card for Halloween section. So, let's continue with Halloween. Give me one moment to make sure of something really quick. Okay, so for anyone who has been on this ride, this will look familiar to you a little bit, I think. Next, we are on the Haunted Mansion. Trying to look for exact inspirations here. Okay, yeah, this will work. So on the box art for the Haunted Mansion video game, you can see all right. You can see the ghost coming out of the ground. I mean, rising up over the castle. So the ghosts are blue. I went with a very simple ghost design. For this. You might notice the clothing if you're a Disney fan like I am. From the show me this. Good. The Caretaker is where I got the clothing. On the ride, when you go into the graveyard, you see the Caretaker scared by all the ghosts with a lantern in his hand. The lantern I had some fun with. I figured, well, wait a second. What if instead of a basic lantern, it is actually a blue lantern? For those of you who know about the Green Lantern movie and just the Green Lanterns, you'll know about probably won't know about the Blue Lantern, but the Blue Lantern, the Green Lantern was willpower. All of the colors of the rainbow are represented within the Lantern Corps. And the blue one is hope. So lighting my way is a blue lantern from the Blue Lanterns Association? What would you call it? With the Corps. Blue Lantern Corps. They're all corps. So that's what I got for that particular title card. There was some other features, I'm sure. Like, why is he holding out his hand like that? I have no idea. It's not something that stayed on my mind. But either way, that was another thing that I did for that Halloween. I also started on another Batman game. Batman Arkham Asylum, which featured the character of finding a better picture, because that one no. Sure, I'll use this one. Are all the pictures coming out in low res? Featured the character of Killer Croc. At this point, I had decided to have a villain on each one of the Batman, Arkham, and Telltale, and all the Batman games we'd be playing, so long as I don't forget. Having a villain on each one of those But I took that original design and I decided to add a little bit more nightmare fuel. Testing my microphone, good, okay. And have Killer Croc's face be based on the Goomba, because that's what I saw the first time I played through Batman Arkham Asylum and couldn't take Killer Croc that seriously because I saw his face as the Goomba from the Super Mario Brothers live action movie. That's why his face looks like that in the YouTube title card, why he doesn't have a plentiful array of teeth. So yeah, that's what the first time I played through Arkham Asylum, I couldn't take it too seriously on Killer Croc because I was just thinking of all the funny scenes with the Goombas in the Super Mario Brothers live action movie, which they were supposed to be tough and scary, but they were just like, what is that? Okay. Now they're dancing with the character? Okay. And I moved on to another speaking of Halloween, but let me go ahead and pull up a video really quick. Alright, I think this makes a pretty good transition between the two. Let's go to the theater.
Having trouble with a living? You tired of having your home space violated? You want to get rid of them pesky living critters once and for all? Well, come on down and see me, folks, because I'm the after-night's leading bioexorcist. Yes, there is. Come on down here, and I want to tell you, I'll do anything. I'll scare them real bad. The point is, folks, I'm going to do anything to get your business. Hell, I'll possess myself if I gotta. Whoa! Yo, I got demons running all through me. All through me. Come on down here and see it. Hey, Jack, now, you get a free demon possession with every exorcism. Now, you can't beat that, can you? Now, bring a little parts down here. Hell, we got plenty of snakes and lizards for them to play with. There's no problem with that at all. So, say it once, say it twice, third time's a charm. And remember, I'll eat anything you want me to eat. I'll swallow anything you want me to swallow. So come on down now. Chew on a dog. Oh!
So, I think that goes pretty good between Halloween and the next title card, which we're getting ready to play our next Mario Kart. So, this was before, yeah, the cows were as interesting as they've become. They were in a lot of Mario Kart games before World, and I thought, well, instead of having a lasso or anything, I'd go ahead and have me wearing the outfit they've got for Mii's and Mario Kart Wii. And pretend like I'm riding one of those cows from Moo Moo Meadows, having the steering wheel from the Wii, the Wii steering wheel that they were big time promoting, and just have it look like the Beetlejuice cow commercial. Again, Halloween had just passed, so that's probably why I was thinking of that particular scene and particular YouTube title card design. Next up, we have Crash Bandicoot 2, which looks not as bad as my first draft was of Crash's design that day. I don't know what was up with me, but let me make sure that it's the right one. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, that was the first design. Let me show you the second design that I came up with. This one, I looked back after designing it, and I was just like, okay, that's nope, not gonna use that one. I ended up using this one. Basing both the designs on Spyro 2 title card from the PS1. Trying to keep it low poly. You can tell what I was doing with the wings, with the arms. The leg kind of looks broken because I was trying to go with a mix between his first leg and his hind leg. But yeah, that's what I came up with for the Crash Bandicoot 2, both times. Moving on. Oh, and, well, hold on. And you can tell I've got the eyes in the improved version on the right, upper right. in the title card for Spyro Ripto's Rage, you can see a little bit of a detail of Ripto in the fire. So I just tried to do the same thing of a little bit of detail with Cortex, just showing the eyes and the Neo and next up we have for Batman Arkham City, I chose maybe I already put that in there. Yes, I put that in there a little bit too early. So Batman Arkham City, a lot of the city stuff was run by this guy, Yen Sid. I mean, Hugo Strange, same voice actor. And I went with a black and white design for Batman Arkham City because I felt like he fits more with noir, I feel. That's probably why. Next up, it was around Christmas time. So I went with, you might remember how last time I went with White Fang, which I based on a Yu-Gi-Oh card, Silver Fang. So I decided for this one, I would base it on the other very popular trading card, so much like Yu-Gi-Oh, very much like Yu-Gi-Oh, and go with this design, which I based on moment. Yep. Arcanine. Now you might not be able to tell right away, but I got the nose, and then I got the teeth to be sharper, and just like on this Arcanine card, you can see how there's one sharp tooth, and I did the sharp tooth on the top and the bottom. I just decided to have like the fur pattern be the same, similar. And just like how I did with all the other ones, I tried to get the breed to be the same as it is in the book. The Call of the Wild. I chose the Call of the Wild because I had heard it was about husky breeds and possibly wolves, and I figured now this isn't the original printing, but this was the other inspiration for this title card. The other, yep. So I took those two pictures and I combined them for that 100 classic books. And the original printing of The Call of the Wild. Once again, was being lured down on a hook so that the dog could read it. And this was what the original printing looked like. Trying to match the color scheme. So yeah, that was all the inspiration for this. I also went and read another book that year called it's a, you know, it's not very popular. I doubt a lot of people have heard of it. Wizard of Oz. So yeah. Now, why did I make Dorothy blonde in this? Well, I had heard from Google at the time and some videos on the like backstory of Wizard of Oz. Dorothy's hair was blonde. And she was a shy little girl in that kind of clothing, wearing mittens and a basket having Toto in it. So a lot of this was just, okay, let's put down all the descriptors that I've heard of Dorothy. And let's take just like with all the others, let's take what the original book looked like and put it in the basket. Because if we can't have Dorothy reading it, whether for illiteracy or some other reason, we could sure have it pretend that Toto was reading the book. If I remember correctly, some of the Easter eggs I forget myself. But there is a W-O-Z, Wizard of Oz. Now, you could say W-O-O, but we've already got the O on the of, so. So that was around when my human self started to first have the idea that they needed to work more than just doing streams, which led me and them to a certain point in our lives where I was just doing, one night I was just relaxing, and all of a sudden I felt this like overlooming presence of just fear, and I didn't exactly know what was going on. Sometimes, here's the thing, sometimes with our dimensions, if there is something that happens in one dimension, like either you get sick or something, you might also get sick. Now, sometimes they'll actually have a reason for, like, you could just be like in perfect health and everything, and then all of a sudden you just get sick. Well, other you could have just as easily been shaking hands with someone who was sick, or been somewhere that somebody was sick at. It's an unfortunate thing about our dimensions. Sometimes the barriers are so weakened that you'll feel effects. Either way, other me was apparently at the job thing that they felt like they needed. So they were apparently threatened at their. Well, let me go ahead and hide Dorothy right now. They were apparently threatened at their job by another worker, and I heard the whole thing, and I felt emotional on their behalf, and I broke down while I was playing a video game. Because naturally, guess what? If they get hurt, I will too. So I felt scared. I felt worried for them. And so I broke down during a Let's Play. Had nothing to do with it, but the particular game. But while we were playing Flintstones Bedrock Bowling, that was a big part of it, and at the very end, their emotions and my emotions were just very sad, and we were worried about our future and our being safe, and that's something that should never happen. So that's something that happened during our Let's Play of Flintstones Bedrock Bowling. We were done with Far Cry, and we wanted to play more Flintstones games to do more of a prehistoric Let's Play session. So just, if you feel intimidated by someone or anything, be sure to bring it up to a coworker, because I can sure tell you, and if they don't do anything, and they, in fact, like they told my other self, they tell you to just deal with it, that, oh, well, you should be doing more, despite, and threats aren't okay, but you should be doing more. Don't take that. Realize that you deserve better and find somewhere that works for you. Now, on the other side of all that seriousness, let's go to Bedrock. The Flintstones Bedrock Bowling was what I was playing, and we were riding in giant rocks down places. I have Dino with a little joystick in his hand, and Gazoo was our narrator, so I drew him in there as well. But yeah, moving on. This one, I have a feeling that if I played any clips or anything, I'd probably get... This content cannot be played in certain territories. It also happened again with the can't be played in certain territories thing. Oh yeah, so the first time when I was playing the Night Gallery opening, that was not allowed in US or Canada. And then I played the opening to The Incredible Hulk, and that isn't allowed for any of my videos to be played in US or Canada. So I just decided, no, it's not worth it, and let's move on. And I have a feeling that this particular content of what I'm going to be referencing is not something that would be the same issue. So, it's the Hollywood Squares with your guest, Gazoo. Let's meet our contestants: Fred Flintstone, Barney Rubble, Wilma Flaghoople, Betty, Bam Bam, Mr. Slate, Pebbles, Hopper, let me check, Hoppy, a hopperoo creature, and since we already had Dino in the other one, Elf, because they usually like to add one for comedy. So I based it on the Hollywood Squares. I felt like Elf could fit very well with the theming. And I used the design for from the Memory Match game. When I was young, there was a game over at the arcade where you'd put in a token, and if you could match characters. Based on that, you'd get tickets. So that's what this is, but it's another version of it. It's from the MAME arcade, so. I don't know if I said this. This is season 4 now that we're on. We started season 4 with Bedrock Bowling. Every year is another season, so this is year 4. Also including, well, this is season 4, year 4. So next title card is, well, let me go ahead and, for those who don't know who Alf is, let me show you a picture really quick. He is a space alien from the planet Milmac. He has taken part in many episodes of Hollywood Squares. It's either him or Bear from Bear in the Big Blue House. Yeah, moving on to the next game. Spyro 2. Which I based the cover art on. There you go. Crash Bandicoot 2. Once again, for all the Crash and Spyro games 1 through 3, I have tried to go with a low poly look to it. This time, not swapping the wings, but swapping the arms for the design. And instead of Neo Cortex, because I swapped Neo and Ripto before, I swapped them for this one, for this title card. Next up, we have the beginning of my Pokemon Let's Plays. Pokemon Blue version. which for this particular one, I based it on this tank from Fate. Fate Carnival. The parody of the, like, a lot of the series. So I decided to get into that comedy routine and have this be the beginning of my blue version, because Blastoise is a tank, and in this parody, Heracles is a tank, so that's what I came up with. I also did the kimono because the driver of the Heracles vehicle is wearing a kimono. I won't go into spoilers, I just go as a tank. For Far Cry 1, basically you have a general soldier guy. You don't know hardly anything about him, but he's supposed to be a villain. And you have this warrior guy. You don't know anything about him, but he's supposed to fight the general, and he is a warrior guy. And I figured that really sounds a lot to me like a certain movie that came out. Called Small Soldiers, where the toys come to life, and these are the two main characters. It's got a plot within the series of the actual action figures themselves that makes about as much sense as anything that happens in Far Cry 1. So that's another contribution. Next up we have Crash Bandicoot Warped, which I use the title card for. Spyro 3 for Crash 3, where you have Crash, Coco, Aku, Pura, and their T-Rex that appears in one level. I think it's a T-Rex, I'm not sure, but I pretty much swapped these when I get the opportunity to with each other. Next up, that opportunity came pretty quick. Apparently, because the next one is Spyro 3. So I swapped the characters around. Spyro, Agent 9, Sheila, and I believe that's another Bentley. And I took Wingdings and I made a message with it. And I believe the message says something along the lines of, I did what I could, it'll look better in the Reignited trilogy. And I had the Sorceress pose similar to how we have Dr. Neocortex on the billboard. I will magnify that just in case anyone wants to actually see the wording. And in fact, give me one moment while I Well, apparently ChatGPT can't do that, so we'll go back. Got a commercial coming up soon anyway. But that's what I was going with. We'll take a commercial break and be right back. All right. Moving on. So I had at that point been excited for the opening of a movie coming later that year and a video game. starring a character which I was hoping that we could play as her alternate for Smash Brothers at some point, but we couldn't really. Either way, that game was Princess Peach Showtime, and I had, give me a moment, a female model to display. In the game, for those who don't know, you collect ribbons for your accomplishments. I had also, by that point, put into work the music video, or not music video, but the it's interesting how they fit together so well video that I have on my YouTube, which I will play luckily I already know this isn't blocked or anything. Just gotta find it. There we go. This is copyrighted, but it's not. Okay. Well, let's go to the theater. But it isn't penalized to the fact that, hey, you can't play this. So, can't play this in certain territories because I've already done this. This is my video, and not the content. The content put together, and I put it on the channel because you'll see. So I thought the trailer, the original trailer for Princess Peach Showtime, was very interesting. Well, it was timed pretty good with another trailer for another movie, but this was only the first one out of the series. So I figured let's go with the poster for the first one, for the title card. And Day-O, we ended up with Beetlejuice. So I had, just like in the Beetlejuice poster, we ended up with 3 of the main characters. On the bottom with Toad, Peach's hat from Super Mario Odyssey, and the workers of the theater, and Peach, female me, and the ribbon character. Stella. So that's what I did with the title card there, and naturally, a certain character's name, and it's showtime. So Princess Peach Showtime. I knew the sequel is coming out, so yeah, put them together. Anyway. We were done with Crash Bandicoot 1, 2, and 3, so it's time for Crash Bandicoot 4. Not the reimagined version, because that'll be in the... when we do the reimagined Let's Plays of those. But instead, it was time for the Wrath of Cortex. Which, just like Enter the Dragonfly, hold on, picture, there we go. Just like previously, I had taken into consideration what was going on with the Spyro timeline of events. That particular series of events, it gets kind of confusing, but this is the Spyro one, and just like the Spyro Enter the Dragonfly, where Ripto is who Spyro is looking at in one eye, I have Crunch, who is the bigger threat to crash in Wrath of Cortex than Cortex himself. So, Cortex is played more off as a comedian, the weakling villain. So, give me a moment. All right. So after that, I don't know why it just changed. Because the next game is one that has, I'll be using that avatar again. Because we were done with blue, and it was time to move on to the special version of red and blue, which was yellow, Pokemon Yellow. Yellow in the anime did the manga is a female character, so I used my female avatar. Put the female gender sign behind my name for slots for yellow. And you might not notice what I'm referencing here, but there is a reference, and that is another series has a character who they try to plaster over everything that has to do with their branding, and that character is Tracer. So if you look at how Pikachu looks here, and you look at Tracer's pose, take out the guns and put in lightning bolts. That's what I did with that. Now, naturally, because Other Me had their job, give me a moment. Now, naturally, because Other Me had their job, we are going to see a decline of games played. It's just a sad fact of that dimension's life. And I get more time off from streaming, which I enjoy streaming and everything, but I don't mind being in VR chat while they're at work. Hello, coupled. Good to see you. How are you doing? Mic is muted. Testing. Give me a second, I'll check. Hello, coupled. Good to see you. Let me make sure that let me check with how long it's been muted for. Of course, Twitch takes forever to load, but it was a thing. It's a thing that we have to put up with. Well, yeah, but I want to make sure that I don't need to repeat anything, so that's why I'm going to double check here. All of this is important information, so. And you will be tested on it later. Okay, looks like it's been fine. Would have been here sooner, but War Thunder suffering had to be done. Well, I hope that you enjoyed your War Thunder suffering, I guess. Next up is we were done with Spyro 3, so it was time to enter the Dragonfly, which again I took the concept of the first timeline's Crash Bandicoot, series, Yellow was your first Pokemon game? Okay. It's a good choice. You also had the Yellow OG Game Boy, nice, which you accidentally dropped in the toilet. Luckily, only a rechargeable battery died. Okay, look, I can't say much when I have had something that's similar to me and my human self. Another similarity between us is that I have had a there it is. I have had a cell phone since middle school. I believe the Chatter's Dimension calls it middle school. I've had a cell phone since middle school, and I have had it. I've had more end up in the washer than I have had in total. Not in total, but like not end up in the washer. A good 70% of mine have actually been washed because of how clumsy I was and not checking my pockets. After coming back home from the middle school. Moving on, we have Crash Bandicoot The Wrath of Cortex, which I redid for Spyro for the YouTube title card, having Spyro and at the end of the hallway, instead of Crunch It is Sparks. First ever phone was a phone that couldn't even text and had the antenna on for signal. That's like 80s or 70s, right? Saved by the Bell. As heavy as a rock. Yep. We replaced Cortex with Ripto this time. Since Crunch was already being replaced by Sparks. Now, in this one, in the original title card, Crunch is in the end of a doorway. We're like, oh no, who is that? In Enter the Dragonfly one, it's more of us getting to a space station and naturally Sparks is just in a light ball because they're a dragonfly, and in the dragon dimension that Spyro is in, Ethos, those bugs have magic. Is there a way you can send a pic of said phone? Give me one moment. There you go. I try not to make it too public because, well, I'll be honest, there is a lot of bots and stuff that I had to deal with that during Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, so I kind of just prove to me that you're not a bot, and there you go. And I'll deal with the rest of this shortly. Once again, it was time for the anniversary. So let's go to what I did for that anniversary of me streaming. Last year's anniversary was, because it turned out so badly, the first time I did Attack of the Toy Bots, I still have clips of me playing a SpongeBob, having his tongue out and boarding onto a ramp. Where the ramp just decides, nope, gonna disappear. But eventually I figured out a better way to play said games that will not crash the system. That is what I chose to do for that anniversary last year. Was play Attack of the Toy Bots. I also played Globs of Doom. Globs of Doom, which was the last of the series of Nicktoons games like this that I'm aware of. There are multiple other Nickelodeon Nicktoons games, but they were not made in the same way, so I don't count them as in the same way. At that point, I guess Nicktoons had kind of just become not something that people really liked after Attack of the Toybots, so they chose SpongeBob SquarePants and Nicktoons Globs of Doom for the title. But at the same time, the game that I had played and it crashed and I needed to play again, that's what I chose for that gold plaque of having Yoshi there. And you could tell it was back then because that I made this title card for SpongeBob, because we were going back to the concept of the four characters: Yoshi, Ditto, Superhero Me, and regular me, human me. So that last one was Ditto SpongeBob. But we played those two for the anniversary special. And as the result of my hard work, other me's hard work, they were able to get something called an iPad, and they said that I'd know about it because of our gaming sessions when we were a kid. So we did an unboxing video of the iPad Pro M4 edition. It was a lot of money, so that's why this is a combination of a lot of pictures, a lot of things. So it's a parody off of this picture. Which was their big oh, something's gonna happen. You don't know what it is, but here's a big something that's gonna happen at the Apple thing. So I decided to combine that idea with a bunch of different little Easter eggs for this particular thing, because a lot of people were just dissecting this like, oh, it's going to show up in colors of green, yellow, orange, and blue. It's going to come with a stylus. Oh, they're adding inclusivity by having that particular hand there. Oh, so I decided to add my own opinions through this picture. All are things that I kind of showed off during that unboxing. You see my gloved hand with a $100 bill in it. Naturally, despite multiple people saying maybe this isn't the best idea, all I had to say was, save the picture, shut up and take my money. Oh, with it being Apple, I think that should have been $500. Oh, it was a little more expensive than that. I will say that. Yep. But yep. Yep. You do hear my mouth saying how much money it is. All I can say is I'm really happy to hear that they're going to redo it to be a laptop, because some of the features that I was excited about. So you can see the stylus under there, and I did buy some decals to make the stylus look good, because I was bored as heck about the fact that you just see all these Apple devices, they're just bland white. That's all they are. No, they don't come in alternate colors. No. They don't come in colors of green or orange or yellow or blue or purple or whatever. No. The decals make that happen. Not Apple. Now you might notice that the top of the Apple design are certain colors. And those colors are red and white because I decided to do certain decal sections of the iPad with Pokemon in mind because it is a camera. It has a camera. So I thought Todd Snap, Pokemon Snap camera. The rest of it I based on old-fashioned Apple tech because, as I say in the video, that's when Apple was good to me. That was when Apple was good, was back then. I haven't used a single Apple device aside from an iPad when they first came out since those days. Back when I was, well, here you go, coupled. Back when I was in elementary school, and we used floppy disk, and you'd have to get through the programming, which was a black and green screen with text on it. Black screen, green text, just like Fallout. I never used that mouse. I never used rectangular mice. But yeah, one of the things. So if you'll notice, right behind that glove, I have those kinds of colors with a green kind of screen. That's supposed to represent the iPad in itself. Because I was pretty excited about it if I was willing to fork over the money that I did. Yeah. And I still, ever since then, I've started to use not Paint, not Windows Paint or GIMP, which I've been making the title cards with. I decided that from that point on, I would start using the Apple's tools. And this was the first one. So for Crash Twin Sanity, my first exploration into the program that I use on Apple. Now, I did kind of mix these up. I went with not Spyro A Hero's Tale, I went with Spyro Shadow Legacy. And of course the image is like super large, so give me a moment. That'll work. So that's what I went with for Crash Twinsanity, which I should have done a Hero's Legacy looking back, but I think I heard that Shadow's Legacy and A Hero's Tale were interchangeable. The two were... It's not a completely fixed timeline at that point. One could be before the other one. So that's what I went with. Old NBC Peacock. Honestly, it feels like, at least in some dimensions that are close by, they must have put their introduction into color with the TV for NBC, the National Broadcasting Company, with that song. Because it feels like they'll go together so much. So I took that idea of the NBC Peacock and I put it with Pokemon Gold title card, because I used to go ahead and make realistic Pokemon Pokeraps, and Ho-Oh is like a peacock mixed with a pheasant or turkey type animal, and I think it has like rainbows follow it or something like that. So that's what I was thinking of for Pokemon Gold. Side that, and there we go. And that's what I was thinking of for Pokemon Gold. Got that GS symbol right there. Gold and silver, but also the GS ball that held a certain Pokemon, likely, inside of it. Next up, we have first game you played from that generation. It was your brother's game? No, okay, hold up. Yes. Some would say Pokemon Silver is the better game. I counterpoint by saying I had Blue, and at the time I believed that Gold would give me the game's Pokemon that I didn't get in Blue. Also, Gold is more expensive, is almost in everything but Minecraft. Gold is better than Silver. It's more expensive, more valued. But Lugia came out in Pokemon 2000, so people like Silver more for that reason. But you ended up with Crystal. Get there, don't worry. I was done with Far Cry 1, and it was time for Far Cry 2. So for this title card, I realized at this point that I think we're in Africa, and that reminded me of something. Yep, there we go. Here we go. Special poster for it. I really wasn't paying much attention to movies in the theaters at this time. But I think this is the better one of the trilogy. So Madagascar 2 was what I went with for this one. Having me drive the tour bus vehicle. But personally, I really do think Madagascar 2 is the best out of the three. Not the same thing with Far Cry 2. So far, 3 has been better. I think Far Cry 1 and Far Cry 2 are horrible. Not almost completely. Almost completely. But yeah. But yeah, Madagascar 2 was a much better experience than Far Cry 2. You'll notice how the ground is all orange and stuff. That is because in the game, like, the landscape is pretty much just orange rocks, and that's it. Next up, another YouTube exclusive, and I will do this right now. Before the commercial break. The reason why I think that the Partridge Family, by the way, is an okay thing to broadcast is how old of a thing Partridge Family is. So I think it's, I wouldn't say maybe public domain, but at the very least old enough to be a show that people could say, yeah, no harm done. That's might as well be referencing Ba-da-da-da, Ba-da-da-da-da-da, or any of those old-fashioned TV shows way back when. But here's my YouTube title card. I mean, not my YouTube title card. Here's my YouTube link. Because the next thing that we will show off has to do with my YouTube exclusive. Especially now, because you can't do uploads on Twitch and keep it around for too long. Past 100 hours. I think it is. So we will be coming back, and then I will continue. I'm just wanting that commercial break to start. I can only dismiss or snooze it, but both only temporarily have the problem solved, and I'd rather people just not get ads when they come in. So. It's starting soon. Come on. Come on. Start up already so I know when to go into the Be Right Back screen. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start up with the next title card, which is my... There you go. Yep. You waited till I switched it over. Alright, welcome back. So, Minecraft. Yes, a lot of people love to watch it. It is something that is often recommended to me. Hey, you want to end up big? You want to be someone who gets to have a lot of viewers? Go play Minecraft or go play Fortnite. I've already played Fortnite, and Minecraft is uploaded onto my YouTube. So last year for September, I didn't have much of a birthday thing go on, which reminds me, because unlike the rest of my backlog videos, I have specific times when I said that these were going on and all of that kind of stuff. So there it is. So I didn't celebrate my birthday too much last year on, actually, you know what, give me a moment, let me do a quick edit here. So I'll just put this here. Yeah, right there. Going back onto the Minecraft, I have a friend named Relican who every once in a while will open up a server, gets really excited about it. Everyone gets really excited about it. They go through the basic steps of playing the game, go through, beat the dragon, and then say, okay, that's it. We're done. I'm one of the only ones who will go ahead and stick around and check out a lot more that this particular pack that Rel has released. I'll be the one to do that. Build something fun and do more than just go to the end and beat the dragon. So, look forward to what I did a full month's worth in last September, and I will just say, look forward to October. Speaking of October, since September was Minecraft and Minecraft and Minecraft and Minecraft and Minecraft and Minecraft, we went over into October, which I decided to play for that year. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. So, yes, people do think of the Scream when they see this. What do they also think of? They also think of a certain movie, Macaulay Culkin, they think of Home Alone, So I have King Boo on the left, and and on this game, the other big intimidating ghost that you see from, at least from episode 1 onward, is the banana eating ghost, which fits because if you remember, one was actually intimidating and one was kind of slightly intimidating but more of a goofball. The green one's whole thing was, I'll scare you, but let me eat this banana first. And then I'll throw the peel at you. Let me go ahead and make sure that I get the name right. So you have Harry, which is on the left, and you have Marv, which is on the right. And Marv also has an interesting thing that they like to do, which is call themselves the Wet Bandits. And he believes to go ahead and leave a calling card, which is, hey, at every single place we steal from, let's leave the faucets on. Which to me is about the same as let me leave banana peels everywhere. So that was my inspiration for Luigi's Mansion 1. Then we got to Luigi's Mansion 2, Lost in New York. Dark Moon. Which, just like Nintendo did, just like the makers of Home Alone did, I decided to take the idea from the first thing and reuse it for the second thing. Make slight changes, but overall, it's the same thing. You have Harry on the left and Marv on the right. Luigi's in the middle, reading a newspaper. On the left is the Dark Moon slice. On the right, in the poster, it says Wet Bandits Escape. On the right of the newspaper that Luigi is holding, it says, instead of the New York Times, it says Boo York Times, King Boo Escapes. I also added in an Easter egg to that newspaper. Let me see it. They said that it'll likely happen again. The big thing about, so Harry, of course, once again, King Boo. Marv, this time, is one of the plants from Dark Moon. Which I feel is also like another big bad that you see from episode 1. Again, all these I do episode 1, and then I do the title card. just my overall thoughts from the first episode of me playing it. So, Marv is a plant in this one. Then it was time for Christmas time. The other games were kind of taking the spot. Gold and Far Cry 2 were taking the spots for what did we do through November. Well, we played Far Cry 2 and we played Pokemon Gold. And also something else that I will talk about as my year-end review, middle of season review. So I wanted to, for Christmas, I wanted to do a, not a 100 classic books this time, but I also had known about something else that had books in it called the Junior Classic Books DS game. So we read more of The Wizard of Oz with Jack Pumpkinhead, which I naturally based on Jack Skellington, which also so did Danny Elfman, Tim Burton. I continued with Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, which I based the design of the wizard on the person who could have also played the wizard in, going back, there was a movie called I'm going to unpin that because I keep clicking on it. There's a prequel called Oz the Great and Powerful that came out. And although the actor who played the Great Oz was good, I wanted to do for the title card not him, but someone else who I could see as a shyster type character, a tricky kind of con artist type character who was also in the movie, but for whatever reason they did not include him as Oz. I don't know. And that actor that I saw in that role was someone who's got to have a better picture and better. There we go. Bruce Campbell. So I kind of just based the wizard design on a simplistic looking version of Bruce Campbell from the Evil Dead Army of Darkness series. I've spoken of him before, and in this one, not to give anything away, the wizard has a trick that he enjoys playing that involves little pet pigs of his, and making them disappear. There was another book that I read that December, because we still had time before January, which was Dorothy and the Road to Oz. Really quick, want to focus on this. They say that the Shaggy Man, they just say that he has a lot of fur and it's all shaggy and everything. I didn't want to particularly say whether he was underneath the fur fair-skinned or light-skinned or dark-skinned individual. So I just kind of went in between there and drew the Shaggy Man. And you can make your own decisions on ethnicity or whatever. I'm not going to do it. But yeah, Jack representing the marvelous land of Oz, the Wizard, Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, and the Shaggy Man, the Road to Oz. Or the Road of Oz. No, Road to Oz. Okay. This one gets a little bit more explaining. For a while, I had been really excited about the prospect of playing the randomized version of Sonic. Also, couple, don't feel bad about feel free to keep typing in your comments and everything. The link's gonna be there regardless. In fact, if you're worried about it, I could just do this really quick. It just feels like after. There we go. Just feels like after I did. Okay, hide after manually hide, yes. Okay. Yeah, anyway, after I posted the link, I don't know if you chose to go a bit silent there. I don't know what was up. But Sonic Adventure, I was excited about being able to play the randomized version of Sonic Adventure because it looks hilarious, And at some point, I do plan on playing the Sonic the Hedgehog games. But I do, I think, I do at the Sonic Adventure stage of it want to play Sonic randomized. Randomizes characters, randomizes stages, randomizes cutscenes, randomizes characters in cutscenes to a certain point, randomized dialogue of characters in cutscenes. A lot of randomization with that, and again, it looks hilarious. So, but we were playing Sonic Adventure at that point, and there was a big competition that I saw online between Sonic and something else this year. So, after I pin the next after I show the next picture, I will show you who I feel was competing with Sonic is. Naturally, we have Sonic looking at the main big bad of his world, Eggman, and the actual threat, Chaos. Now, on the other side of what I was basing it on, who was in a big competition with Sonic this year, was The Lion King. Based the title card off of Simba being where Sonic being where Simba is, Eggman there where Scar is, and the hyenas being where Chaos is. Now, if you still don't understand what I'm talking about, after I show the leveled up version of this picture, I will explain it through another picture. Browse. We have the finale picture where Chaos gets powered up, and so does Sonic. Live and learn. I'll move this ahead on the timeline. The next one, so I can explain. So if you're still, wait, what are you talking about Sonic being in competition with the Lion King? What? This was my Sonic Adventure 2 title card. Still don't get it? Give me one moment. And it's okay. If you don't get it, it's okay. So let me show you. This year was the release of Sonic 3. This year was also the release of Mufasa. So, I decided to use the Mufasa movie poster. Rafiki is where, Tails is where Rafiki is, Sonic is where Mufasa is, Rouge is at where Zazu is, Scar, Simba, nope, brain, enough S names. Shadow is at Scar's, where he is. Timon and Pumbaa have Dr. Eggman there, and Kiara, because they wanted to sequel bait, is where Knuckles is, because Knuckles had a Paramount Plus TV show. One of these is going to lead to more sequels. Actually, probably both of them. Who am I kidding? If you'll give me one moment. All right. So, I designed both of these title cards. Not both of these. I designed both Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2 title cards from my YouTube channel. Post. And then something happened within the chatter dimension to their world. I'm not going political, I'm just going to say it happened. So, Top Trumps was a game that came out for the PSP, PS1, and my brain was thinking, what's a scary type emblem? Well, my brain keeps thinking the apple from Snow White. What's a tropical theme thing? Well, my brain says if we're going with Snow White, let's go ahead and go with a pineapple from maybe Jungle Book. Thinking about it longer. Oh my gosh. You know what we could do? Don't. I have a pen. I have an apple. Apple pen. I have a pen. I have pineapple. Apple, pineapple pen. Apple pen. Pineapple pen. Pen, pineapple, apple pen. Dun 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 dun. Pen, pineapple, apple pen. So I decided to make, based on the game, which is taking factors and putting them together. What was the horror section looking for, and what was the pineapple section looking for, and putting them on there, especially with the kind of text that they were using for the horror and predators. So, moving on. Now, Coupled, you mentioned before about having ended up with Pokemon Crystal. Well, give me one moment. So for this one, for this particular game, Pokemon Crystal, I have some influencers from Canterlot to thank for that.
My little pony. I used to wonder what friendship could be. Until you all shared its magic with me. Big adventure, tons of fun. A beautiful heart, faithful and strong. Sharing kindness, it's an easy feat. And magic makes it all complete. You have mine. Didn't know you're all my very best friend.
Oh gee, there's 6 magical creatures. What am I gonna do? And the whole thing has to do with friendship. What am I gonna do? Don't you know you are my very best friend? Pokemon Crystal version. When they had Lugia, Ho-Oh, Suicune, Entei, Raikou, Celebi, all in one game. You have to get certain things to get all of them, but at the same time, they were all available. Pretty sure about for Celebi. I know the rest of them were in there. So yes, I based Pokemon Crystal version, the one with the character who I think is a unicorn. A lot of people will say dog. I say unicorn. The one that has to do with the unicorn, I based on My Little Pony. Friendship is magic. Going next. We had another Spyro game. After the last one, I wasn't too hopeful. The one that the cutscenes make the characters look like giant balloons that are being pulled. Mylar balloons from Thanksgiving Day Parade being pulled randomly. And I was right. First off, no Tom Kenny. Good voice actor that they chose. Didn't read Spyro for me, but okay. We got Spyro A Hero's Tale. And this one, because I did Crash to Win Sanity the last time, I went with, let me get the right box art here. My brain is stemming right now. Keep saying, My Little Pony. My Little Pony. Anyway, I figured this this makes sense because we were using, well, hold on, move the board for a second. We were doing all the Spyro games as Crash games, all the Crash games as Spyro games. So I have Spyro, and I was very tempted to put him in a blue shirt and a red hat based on the voice actor. Writing on red instead of Dr. Neo Cortex. And that's where I got the inspiration for that one from. Next up, we have the one that I was excited to introduce because I knew Disney Dreamlight Valley was going to introduce the official character that's this one's based on. Not the book one, but the movie one. So I did Knights, the first game, and I based that on the look of the movie that I was most familiar with for this character, for the official character. Which was Peter Pan. Dun 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 dun. So I mixed that cover of the game from the movie with the Sega Saturn cover of Nights into Dream. Nope. Nope. Wrong. Grab. There we go. Nights into Dreams. Using the orange clouds. Nights. Floating with Wendy, John, and Michael. I mean, Clarice and Elliot. Flying around the moon, the clouds, the night sky. Next up we have this one already, huh? Alright. My 3DS Mario Kart Let's Play. Because certain things were happening within the Nintendo sphere, and I figured, might be a good time to play more Mario Karts and have them be streams. So, 3D naturally began with 3D glasses. 3D glasses were worn by a certain beloved doctor so I used certain things from one image and put them with this title card, David Tennant's 10th Doctor. I have his suit colors in the vehicle. I have the thing that to me looked like, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen the 10th Doctor's episodes, but that looked a little bit like a tire to me, so I made the tires that color. And I had the 3D glasses on, inspired by 3DS. Now, so two other things are on there. Instead of the Me emblem on the front of the vehicle, because the emulator that I was playing this on, because you can't play 3DS games as of me saying this any other official way and stream it, I had what Me faces look like for that emulator on the front, and I was playing it through my Steam Deck, so the steering wheel is the Steam logo because that's the way that I was able to play it. Next up, we have these. Will at this point, it's very much just like, didn't we just do this? for Wii Sports, so there used to be a animated series way back when where Goofy would learn how to do sports. And so whenever I think of sports and actually having fun, I think of Goofy getting trying to get the work out with different sports and things like that. So that's what I went with for the Wii Sports, and that's why me has a toga on like that. You'll see sports that are in Wii Sports: baseball, bowling ball, punching gloves, golf club, tennis racket, and my Wiimote with red nunchuck. Next up, we have Wii Sports Resort. Wii Sports Resort. Which I wanted to make look, when I first had the idea to do this, to do the title card here, I wanted it to look like a room key for the World of Sports hotel, which is at the Walt Disney World. Perimeter. But apparently all the room keys look the same at the Walt Disney World. They don't have exclusive hotel themed room keys, so that was a bust. But instead I thought, okay, well, if sports is out, then resort, I guess. Resort Island. Isn't there a cruise ship there? Oh, okay. Yep. That's the idea. So this one does have quite a bit of explanation to it, so get ready. Oh, after commercial break, I guess. Yes, replace it. Yes. Alright, we'll take a commercial break and we'll be right back. Alright. So, let's look through our little card here, which I based on the room cards from the Disney Cruise. So, Wii Sports Resort instead of Disney Cruise Line. The ship. Instead of you're staying on this particular ship, you are staying on an island, so the Woohoo Island. Name, Slots87. At Twitch, Slots87 at Twitch, or 90 at YouTube. Castaway the club status and number. Well, how did I become a winner of this resort trip package? I won a ticket, so me resort ticket winner. Dining. Dinner is available upon request at any time. You're on an island. Go to someplace. Enjoy the food. Anywhere. Where/when available. What table do you get? Any. They're all open. You just have to be there. Order at a restaurant. Number of check-in line at terminal. So here I had heard it when I was going through this. It was departure number. You're departing through a parachute. That's how you're leaving the plane to get on the island. A for adult. Transfer info. How are you transferring to Woohoo Island? Through the Dolphin. Sail date. Well, I started this trip on May 12th, 2025. You can watch it anytime. So, this time I uploaded it to whenever you watch it. My lifeboat station was the number of episode that you're watching, and the dining rotation is wherever/whenever is available. I added the 87/90 again. I'm Slots90 on YouTube because interesting story about that. I messed up the name number way back when. I messed up an account number, couldn't get that account number again. So I'm Slots90 on YouTube. That's what the link is about. There you go. It's in my About section. There you go. Next up, after Wii Sports Resort, it was time to, and after Pokemon Crystal, it was time to move on to the next generation of Pokemon games. It was time to roll back the rock to the dawn of time where the earth was smoking and the lava flew. Roll back the rock to the dawn of time. Yes. I played Pokemon Ruby version. And I had to watch We're Back for a reminder on the movie. But we were back with Pokemon, and naturally the title card, because to me, Groundon is a T-Rex. Kyogre will get there, but Groundon is a T-Rex. So, the friendliest T-Rex that I knew of that wasn't purple was Rex from We're Back, A Dinosaur Story. So I based that Groundon's new look on the smartened Rex of what if Groundon took that cereal and became nice and well-mannered and everything. And I based the background on the background of Pokemon Ruby. We were playing a new Pokemon game. Time to play another Far Cry game. So, we're gonna watch another opening. For whatever reason, Voss reminds me of another fictional villain. And it's not one that you might expect. Going back to the theater. Going back to the theater. There we go. Give me a moment. Actually, you know what? We are streaming, so... Okay, if you're just... Hashtag not sponsored by Disney Plus. So for Far Cry 3's title card, I chose this because Voss reminds me of Don Carnage. The original Don Carnage from Tailspin. Both pirates, both crazy as heck, and you don't know if they're gonna kill you or laugh. So that's what I based that Far Cry 3 title card on, was Voss's Darn Carnage, and our protagonist as... Honestly, he fits more as Kit, Baloo's little sidekick bear, but I drew him as blue because that's who's in this picture. So, moving onward, we have 2 more to go. Okay. We have Mario Kart 8. Back with Mario Kart 8, they had this big thing about our top scientists are creating this game for you. We can't wait for you to play it. And don't believe me, it's okay. Or just need more information, that's okay. Let's go to the theater. Theater, there we go.
Everyone.
Mario Kart 8 Super Horn test. Take 8. Super Horn! Super Horn.
Finally, a way to stop the almighty spiny shell. The all-new Super Horn. You can use it in Mario Kart 8. Every kart, every track, every item has been insanely tested for flippin' fun. Mario Kart 8 only on Wii U. Rated E for everyone.
Mario Kart 8 Boomerang Flower test. Take 3. Hit it! Nicely done. Heads up. Boomerangs. They come back.
Oh, yes, they do. 3 times, so you can spin out races in front of you. The all-new Boomerang Flower. You can use it in Mario Kart 8. Every kart, every track, every item has been insanely tested for flippin' fun.
You're okay. You're okay. Walk it off. You're cool.
Mario Kart 8 only on Wii U. Rated E for everyone.
Boomer.
So one of the things that they kept getting in trouble for with Western audiences for these was making sure that they saw people getting hurt with items in Mario Kart, and people were upset about it. So they had to redo those commercials where, like, oh, instead of the boomerang coming back and hitting somebody, oh, they grab it. Stuff like that. So that whole thing of, you're okay, walk it off, at the end was part of that. So we have the 3 main DLC characters from Mario Kart 8. We have Link, Isabelle, and Villager holding the Wii U, presenting the new system, the Wii U. We also, you might notice, wait a second, those don't look like clouds, those look like bushes. It's upside down. The whole thing is anti-gravity, so they're wearing anti-gravity shoes, and the grass is on and below them. It works so well that you can't even tell. That's what my idea for that. The racetrack is what they're standing on, which is also anti-grav. So lastly, but not leastly, of the title cards that I have released so far, we have the Mario Kart Tour title card, which might harken back to, remind you a little bit of another one that I did way back when. Which was the Mario Kart Super Circuit one. Now there's a reason for that. In hindsight, and I immediately realized that hindsight shortly after. First off, the DLC car is what Dr. Luigi is driving. Mario Kart Tour. Let me go ahead and explain some of the finer details before we get into a certain other thing that's happening in this picture. So notice how for this picture there's lines detailing that it is a round object. Well, I figured let's go ahead and go crazy with those lines and make it that the road itself is actually like those lines. So that's why those lines are there. But I am actually referencing something else with this. Notice how Dr. Luigi, when we think of phone usage and cars, what do we think of? Give me one moment to set something up, and then I will show you a video. Let me make sure that this actually has it in it. It's running very off. I don't know exactly why that is. Either way. You'll notice also Luigi is in a suit while he's looking at a phone with a purple background. This is all reference to this scene.
Billy, what do you got for me?
I've got a 35-year-old Air Force colonel, crushed his lower spine in some kind of experimental armor, mid-thoracic burst fracture.
Yeah, well, I could help, but so could 50 other people. Find me something worth my time.
How about a 22-year-old female with an electronic implant in her brain to control schizophrenia struck by lightning?
That does
Really quick, notice it's raining. Okay.
sound interesting. Can you send me the... Got it.
Okay, so once again, that is a scene from Doctor Strange, in case we were worried at all about gore. He gets his hands in a way back, and it is a Marvel production movie from what it actually says on there. I think like 2016 it said. Yeah, 2016. But unfortunately for Dr. Luigi, it is also raining, and he's also paying more attention to his phone than the road. And he is driving a DLC vehicle from the DLC pack that happened in Mario Kart 8. I did the sideways lines, vertical lines, to illustrate that it is raining, that there are dark clouds. We'll see if anything goes with that. But that was the scene that inspired me to go ahead and do that, because you should not use your phone while you're driving, like Luigi is here, like Dr. Stephen Strange was in the movie. Keep your eyes on the road. If you need to look for a split second at a map or something, that is okay, but don't focus on it. This important safety announcement brought to you by Slots. No, that is the last of my YouTube title cards before I started on the title cards showcase here, the review. But, well, actually for video games, but there is one for... I haven't just done video games, I've just done unboxing. I have done also AI covers with The Cat in the Hat, where I had Squidward's voice with the fish and SpongeBob as the cat. I did one, and these were first attempts. I did one with it was around Halloween, and I heard a certain person was playing Shaggy. for Halloween, I uploaded my first attempt at so Cat in the Hat was my first official, like, not only am I going to go ahead and take a character's voice, but I'm going to go ahead and put it into a music video type thing. The Shaggy one was my first attempt at taking a voice from something as old as an old Scooby-Doo thing and making it into a voice that I could use for a Five Nights at Freddy's Purple Guy tribute to Shaggy and Purple Guy, and have Scooby be like Freddy Fazbear. One that I didn't have to do AI with was just one that I was trying to practice some editing, and that was my Kingdom Hearts Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Kingdom Hearts tribute. All of these videos are on my YouTube. Now I based the art on this based on if you got your Wii U copy of Smash Brothers and a 3DS copy of Smash Brothers codes, then you were entitled to pick up a soundtrack of the 3DS and Wii U. So that's what I based that soundtrack cover on. The X is from Shadow Generations, Sonic X Shadow. And I just Super Smash Bros. Ultimate X Kingdom Hearts 3. After playing Kingdom Hearts 3, I realized I need to do this because not only is Sora in Smash now, but that intro reminds me so much of Smash Brothers, and this is exactly what I'm thinking of. And I went to my photo edit and Windows. I went to my video editor and I edited together that music video. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a treat here. Before we do, our current Banjo-Kazooie puzzle, the 4 characters I started out with, and Ditto's hat has 30 on it. The cell phone has 31 on it. Riku's hat has 32 on it. Zazu's pedestal has 33 on it. I skipped the 34th birthday. And I'm looking forward to more. More like the next game that I'm looking forward to playing at some point next month. That's what I'm planning on. For a little sneak peek. And I'll start it off by saying we have Link, Villager, and Isabelle in this one. For the next one, we have Deluxe, where it is no longer day, it is night. And not only do we have Link, Isabelle, and Villager, we now have Splatoon, Inkling, and Chunky Kong. One character that they added at the beginning of the Deluxe, the only reason, besides possibly better visuals, and the DLC pack. One character representing the DLC pack. And Link is presenting both the Wii U and the Switch the same. That is one title card that I have not played the game for, but next month I plan on playing it. Now that all the title cards have been reviewed, that just leaves one more thing to do, and that is to first off appear on this one. Yep. There we go. There we go. Actually, hold on. All right. So, at the end of all these, I like to give my year in review. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to end the stream, and I will come back, we'll do a commercial break, and I will continue right afterwards with my year in review. The reason for that is because I like to do my year in review and post it as an upload. And Twitch has been choosy about what they'll allow, how much time they'll allow on for uploads. So, in order to not have this entire thing take up that time, we'll be back. Hello everyone, we will be continuing in a moment with our year in review. For right now, we're going to go through the commercial break, and after that, we will talk about what happened throughout the year from last July to this July. Actually, you know what? I won't wait for the commercial break. We will keep going until the commercial break starts. Trying to get that amount of timing in there. Okay, so last year, around August, July happened. I enjoyed my 4th of July. We went through both Nicktoons games. I enjoyed my August with Let's Plays. September was my birthday again. I took the time off. Recorded some backlog videos you'll see eventually, I'm sure. October happened. I dressed up as my Oshi for Halloween. And after a commercial break, I will talk about what happened in November. See you after the commercial break. Okay, I realized I was going too fast. There are quite a few things that I missed. Okay. So, July. July we started to watch, me and Asteroids and I started to watch Has Been Hotel. great show. Not for everybody, but definitely a great show. It's Disney for adults. Great art style, great story. It's great, honestly. Vivzy Pop. If like Emmys or those kinds of things meant more, then I'd say that Vivzy Pop deserves one. Around the end of July, I ended up watching the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, which was also pretty good. Let's go. August. Ari's birthday. My Oshi. Ariel. It was her birthday. Not only was it her birthday, but around that same time, if not earlier that year. Let me check when exactly. I believe it was earlier that year, but either way. I don't think I probably mentioned it in the last one. Maybe I had only just received it around then, within the time period that I'm going to be talking about. But I got Ari's body pillow designed by Gannon. So whenever I say we're rating up to Gannon, that is who I'm talking about. As of now, I don't know any other streamers who are Gannon, so. September, I spent a good chunk. Oh yes, yeah. That's why it was so important, because I didn't remember buying it then, but I remember in September, Ari signed my body pillow. Big highlight for me. Even have it on the calendar. On the 18th of September at 6 p.m. I got my body pillow signed by Ari. I enjoyed spending August watching streams. Made a little bit of artwork for their birthday board. I didn't receive it, but I did buy it around then, around August. So. In October, I watched Ari play Psychosis. I watched Beetlejuice. I watched Goosebumps 2. I watched Mr. Crockett. I watched Scary Stories. I watched Morbius. Just a lot of Halloween horror. I watched 1408. And I dressed up as Ari for Halloween. Unfortunately, we have to take a break from great times to say that in November, the second Tuesday, Human Me was working inside, and they overexerted themselves, I believe. Something about their brain chemistry was not quite right, and trigger word warning, I guess, maybe? I don't know. They ended up having a seizure. I, who live in a dimension parallel to theirs, ended up having one too. No, not a good couple. Their head started broke a bit open in the back, started bleeding on the ground, and mine, although it didn't start bleeding, I was out of it for a while, and they bit their tongue, I bit my tongue. It was a whole mess. And now they have to take pills, one during the morning and one at the evening. Or we're worried it's going to happen again. The first time, they went to the doctor, and their doctor told them that, they don't treat the first time just in case it's an episode that, it's not going to happen again. Immediately they thought, and they told me this, they thought, oh, cool. So I guess I'm going to wait for the second one to happen. Okay. Let's go untreated. Oh joy. I'm sure that won't happen again. And at the time, they believed that. They said that they thought, no, this isn't going to happen again. Maybe it's just a one-off thing that, who knows? That December, same time of the month, I was hanging out in VR chat, as natural it is to a lot of VTubers in this dimension. You guys call it VR chat, I call it life, but it's generally the same thing. I was hanging out in that dimension, and all of a sudden, my breathing starts to shift. I start to freak out. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess it does happen sometimes, but still. When I was hanging out and just doing not much in VR chat, and I'm going to say VR chat because that's what your dimension calls it. Oh, okay. Anytime it gets hot. Okay. But anyway, I was hanging out in VR chat, and your mom was also epileptic, so you live with that. Sorry to hear that. When I was hanging out in VR chat, my breathing started to become irregular. And I had a feeling that other me was experiencing something while they were at work. So I sat down. I had a feeling that something was going to happen, and I stayed sitting down. They did not have that luxury. They, unfortunately, ended up having another seizure. This time, luckily, a coworker apparently helped them to not fall on the ground and break their head open again. At the same time, we both had probably realized at that moment this wasn't a one-off. This was a thing that we needed to do. Just, like, take medication for. Again, the first time went unprescribed. The second time, we found something. Because not only did it happen after it happened there, I was out of it, and I woke up, and I don't know what other me was doing, the one that's in the chatter dimension, the human me, was doing, but they had another one while they were, I think, laying down in some kind of a moving vehicle. And we both bit our tongues, and it hurt for both of us, I'm sure, because I've got really sharp teeth, and I don't know about them, but I had difficulties talking for a while. We both decided that in our own ways we would not stream for a little while to make things better, and that's why we did an upload saying, hey, it's not going to sound the same because that me was actually in having an actual post-episode, hey guys, I'm sorry, I would be streaming, but I can't right now, type moments. Luckily, from what I can understand, they had some days off afterwards to recover, so that's good. They went back and they asked for, well, if we're going to go ahead and work inside, not just a temporary chair, and then all of a sudden they have to get up for a customer. No. They need to sit down. Neither of us wants to go through it again. I thought I was going to get stitches from this tongue thing that I experienced. Canine teeth are not fun to bite your tongue with. Human me, they were fine. They didn't have to deal with it too much. They apparently passed out, and it was okay. They didn't feel anything. Their tongue was sore, but they were okay. I was so close to thinking I needed stitches from the canine teeth ripping my tongue off. Either way, they got prescribed medicine, and so every single time that I tell you, hey, I need to make sure that other me takes their medicine, that is why. Because other me can have an episode. And that's why I'm making sure that other me takes their medicine. So, if you see that happening, that's what's going on. They were denied a chair, by the way. They could not sit down. But they were granted the ability to go outside and work a less stressful, less lighting, natural lighting type job. Still getting paid the same amount of the currency that the chatters use, but I could not believe it. I was thinking I was in certain clubs and everything just while they were at work, worrying about them. They apparently, one of the first people that they called was Asteroids, just letting them know how things are going. Their best friend. Scary stuff. Now they have a bracelet on them to let people know. I won't say too much more details on that matter, but I will say that. They've had to get brain scans. They've had to get when they got the brain scan, they found out that either we got born with a defect, or we hit our head as a kid. Multiple times when I was a young pup, I have had instances where I've hit been okay, but they hit their head. Your mother was recommended one of those bracelets, so it's if that happens when she's out of it. Yes, that is a very good idea. Supposing that in your dimension, people are smart enough to know what that means. In my human's dimension, my human counterpart's dimension, they have to remind people of what that means. But at the very least, the right people will know. So that's good. After taking medication and having one panic attack, they were okay. And they told me that it was Christmas. It's much more cheerful time. Let's change the mood back to cheerful, and let's also change the mood back to the one thing that makes them the most cheerful. That doesn't have to do with asteroids, or Pepper, or streaming ourselves, at least yet. Maybe one day. Going back to more happier times, they were outside, and they were able to listen to some cheerful Christmas music sung by carolers, ringing bells, and it reminded them of another person who had jingly bells on throughout Christmas. So they let that person know. How much it meant to them. was Christmas and New Year's again. 34th that they've experienced. Let's go back to that calendar that I had open from their schedule. They got to read through, their tongue was healed, they got to read through The Wizard of Oz, taking some extra time to finish up the book. And it was 2025 then. They still have to go to the vet. Sorry, force of habit. They still have to go to the doctor. I think that's how you say it. Yeah, doctor. They still have to go to the doctor every once in a while to make sure that they get blood test. They had a brain test in February. They were enjoying their time watching Mufasa and playing through Sonic Adventure 2. Watching, of course, our Oshi in between. Those, all the while, I guess you could say. Then around, wasn't much more than playing games and enjoying themselves and just trying to get back to normal. Going to the doctors. Whenever they would go to the doctors, though, they would go to a really cool store, which they have retro technology over there. So look forward to that being added into the streams. Not as an unboxing, but you'll see it somehow, I'm sure, because it has to do with gaming. Around March, April, now that winter was done, it was time for them to go ahead and start streaming Mario Kart again. Because Nintendo, and this will be in a later video next month, I'm sure. Finally said, no, we're not going to just rehash the same thing and call it a deluxe. We're going to take quality and put it into something else and call it World. So they called Mario Kart World, and that is, I am sure, a new generation for Mario Kart. And they're looking forward to exploring that world. They were playing more of Disney Dreamlight Valley, and naturally they don't stop. We don't, neither of us stop because we both have memories of Disney. Given certain things don't happen at the same time, and certain things happen at certain other sections of different movies happen differently on our timelines, but overall it's the same movies. But moving on. They were playing Wii Sports. And Wii Sports Resort. Just to show off Woohoo Island. Because we had shown it off in previous game. Oh yeah, Mario Kart 7. New DLC was added to Dreamlight Valley. And they had different scheduling because due to needing to go outside, because one of the only of the managers at where they work who thought that hey, maybe it's not a good idea to keep repeating this. Now the person who was top in charge just said, why? You know what, in fact, I'm gonna need a doctor's note. I know I saw them, bleeding on the ground, broken head open and everything, but yeah, doctor's note will be good. That's what I need. Also, I know that because we've had them have a personal breakdown of a panic attack, but that's not good enough for me. No, I need a note. So they had the one who was actually thinking, as I understand it, be in charge whenever they're there of my human selves, what they're allowed to do and stuff like that. Because the other ones don't think enough of everyone individually. They think of, well, they can do it, and if they can't, well, I need a doctor's note. I can't see it with my own eyes and just say that's good enough. We have security cameras everywhere, but that's not good enough either. Honestly, sometimes I just wish that they and whoever they care about I could reach in to their dimension and bring them over to mine, but it doesn't work like that. For whatever reason, it doesn't work like that. But this is the closest that they and I can get to this. They are part of the creation of this channel and everything, and they can express things to the chatter in a way through me. So that's how it works. That's how we can do this. But moving on, they were playing through Ruby, Pokemon Ruby, and Far Cry 3. And looking forward to this thing called Prime Day, where they had talked to an AI system, and the AI system told them that 50% off on almost all their technology was probably going to happen. And they apparently got bummed out by the fact that it was 7% only on almost everything that they were interested in. Like maybe 10%, I don't know, but they also had Steam sales, which means new video games for me to play. I enjoy. So but it was apparently. So here's the thing: they live in the chatter dimension, right? Most of you are chatters. Most of you aren't VTubers. You probably have a version of you living in this dimension, but at the same time, we understand. It gets hot in both dimensions. For us, it gets hot when you enter a hot world. For you, it gets hot on the same planet. And someone who is living in some place that's they have to work outside, they also have to work inside on occasion, or they will die of heat stroke. And I don't, that's an extreme maybe, but at the same time, I feel what they feel. I know how hot it's been. I don't like that. One of the similarities that I share with them is that for a good chunk of their life, the human me's life, they have not sweated this like properly. They sweat and they have difficulties getting that water out of their body. Recently it's been different. Recently they've been able to sweat naturally, but for a while, just like a dog, they kind of just felt like they needed to stick their tongue out and pant. I'm partial dog, so I kind of understand that. But for other humans, it would look weird, and and other humans prefer the other humans to smell over having the tongue out. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, okay. Cultural difference. Um, but yeah, they've had to deal with heat, but they've also been given the bit of a break because where they're working and circumstances of how they're working, they have had younger humans coming in to do jobs too. But unfortunately, on the days that they can do jobs, they have longer times that they need to do jobs. So that's one of the things that kind of is going to make things streaming difficult throughout this summer is they need to stream on days where they can't, that they can either get home early enough and not have to do an overly long amount of hours, or they'll need to do the streams on days they don't need to work. So they'll be posting a schedule soon. Their job is demanding more of them and being confusing about it. Just they're thinking that the summers might just not be worth it, and they might just take summers off. I know they told me that they enjoyed that when they were younger, and considering certain situations that have happened within their job, I don't blame them. So that just might have to be a thing that happens. Again, they were denied a chair after the second time they were passed out, and their body started shaking. Like, I know I'm going to be gross here, like a lizard or a chicken with their head cut off. They were starting to shake like that, and the nerves were controlling what they were doing. Same thing with me. But luckily, I was in a place where I could control myself a little bit better. A lot of VR chat worlds are all so comfy. When you really get down to it, though for humans, I don't understand how they can survive some of the things that they have to go through. So, couple prayers out to your mother and to your brother too. Thank you for the hearts. There's been some confusion about about why they were not, my human side was not allowed to do the job that they were so good at. And naturally, if they could have controlled things, they probably would have still gone with it and still kept going, at least to a certain point in their life. But no, their and my body had different plans, so they and I need to take medicine, and I am a good dog. I do take proper medicine. I don't need it wrapped up in food like a salami. Take it that way, but I went, then that unfortunately, so the medicine that we're he's taking would probably be too gross by then, but I do make sure that he's comforted, and we continue doing the one thing that he wants to do till we both, well, actually, he perishes from the human existence. And that is to keep streaming, to keep going forever. And same with me. But I, unlike the humans, will live on forever. And he, well, best case scenario with what he believes in, will also live on forever, but might have difficulty getting to a computer after certain events. We'll see. If he becomes the first ghost streamer, hey, all the more power to him. I'll still be here. But Lord willing, he and I and those that we care about and those that we, well, yes, all of the humans will be at ease and be safe and not perish. I'd say till old age. And we're looking at honestly, for multiple people, quite a few people that are going to keep us going. And that includes you two coupled. So we will look forward to showing off the new tech that we got. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, so have I been sounding okay? Just out of curiosity, have I been sounding okay? Because my computer has been a bit slow, and there's a reason for it, and it just said that process was complete. Okay. If I was streaming a game and it happened, we can pretty much guarantee that it would have been an issue, but not with me just here with the background behind me. Give me one moment. Okay, so yeah. We'll look forward to showing that tech off at some point. And for now, that concludes our year in review. We hope that you enjoyed our title card review, and we will look forward to the next 5 years, after which we will look forward to the next 5, and the next 5, and so on and so forth, because next year you'll notice a little something different with the title card, and Slots, if you're watching this in the future, you're going to have it be red, not gold anymore. Look to Donkey Kong 64 for a reason. Okay, anyway, for now, we will thank you very much for watching. We will actually get onto that ship. Give me a moment. Thank you very much for watching. Trying to think of anything else that we... No, I think that's everything. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great night. Stay safe, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow with another episode. But we're done with the title card review for this 5 years and Season 0. In the meantime, rest well, take care of yourself, Slots, and much love. Much love to you too, couple. And I'll look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. In the meantime, let's go ahead and find someone to rate off to. Of course, Twitch takes forever. Once again. Oh, I know exactly who we should write off to. Do I? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. Thank you for the giggle. Let's rate off. Oh, skip frames. Uh-oh. That's all good. I'll enjoy it, I'm sure. Okay, so my Oshi has an Oshi of their own. Supposing it is still an option, yes it is. Let's rate off to Zen. Zenifer Treya, please give Zen some love and support. They are now indie as of me saying this. Just feel like throwing it in because we've been doing a year in review. See you all tomorrow. Later.